Hello everyone, and welcome back to more Xenogears. Last we left off, we got right into Disc 2, where things are, things are happening. We're looking for the Anima Relics, we found one of them, fought the elements, Embryo redeemed an Eevee hat. That happened now, and last stream, I'm pretty sure, but... Are we surprised? I'm not. Embryo redeemed an Eevee hat. And, now we're in a cave looking for the second or third Anima. I don't know. Also, we have giant robots, so. And I've already upgraded everyone's gears, at least that we're using. Time for Xenogears to fight Digimon. Are those Digimon? Actually... Looks like Mammothmon. I'm sure there's a Digimon for everything. What do we have? Heals and... yeah. Digimon lore is weird? Sounds like it, from what I have experienced. They just have a lot of health. Is a Digimon character called Rhythm? Look at them and tell me they're not human. That's new. 3-stream watch streak. Wonder when Twitch added that. We can just safely go with that. Oh. Say, that should... try not to use all this fuel. Ivory and Fang. Ooh. Oops. Deja vu. We're in like a geared dungeon. I really don't want to be using too much fuel. But also we have to kill things. So... there's that. Whatever, we'll just keep going with this. Going through, like, all of Emeralda's EP, too. That should just be enough, right? Sure. So you got channel points for a watch streak. That's terrifying. Received an Ether Guard. Received an Aquasol DX. Where am I going? They are frogs. They were frogs. Wow, that was a long animation. They leveled up. Emerald will level up. 5 fangs. Ooh. I like that group. Really? We'll take it. Sure. Let's fix up my gear. Might as well, we're still in the room. Nope, actually, you know what, sure. Just buy a bunch, why not? Where am I actually going now? Is it this way? Do I have to, like... No. Definitely not. Oh, right. Omega Souls. Of course. Where am I actually going? It's not this way, it looks like. Yeah, that hurt. Good dodge. Oh, wait, that's you. Okay. It might move if we push it. Okay. Well, that's, something. If I do this, how much more damage or less damage does it do? About the same to each. Okay. So it really doesn't do much more then, huh? Really, that was enough to kill, okay. That was. Really? Ow. Okay then. Well, that guy hurts. Billy leveled up. Sure, we got a Fang. Sure, sure. Might as well. We're still here. No, not you. Okay. Never mind. Um. Uh. Gonna have to heal after this. Honestly, I was expecting this to be a gear dungeon. Pleasantly surprised, though. Writing on the wall, the center stone will be your foothold. Find the 3 hidden stones, then put them in the holes. Aim your sights higher? Looks like there's writing carved on the walls. Higher than the center pillar. 4 steps south, 10 steps west. I guess this one doesn't count as writing. The truth is back there. The unseen is true too. The center stone will be your foothold. 4 steps south, 10 steps west. Higher than the center pillar. Uh, check the back of the stone pillars. Okay. Been there, done that. Aim your sights higher. Truth is back there. Check the back of the stone pillars. Yeah. The unseen is true too. Unseen? Is there one here? No. Oh! Okay. Center stone will be your foothold. I see that. 4 steps south, 10 steps west. Check the back of the stone pillars. Yeah, that's... Thank you for that. Aim your sights higher. Unseen is true too. Uh-huh. Center stone will be your foothold. Yeah. I don't know what you mean. Higher than the center pillar. It's like there's one right there that I just can't reach. Center stone will be your foothold. No. Hmm. Maybe I did something wrong? Wait. Why is there... Like... Find the 3 hidden stones and put them in the holes. Uh-huh. Aim your sights higher. Hmm. Looks like there's writing carved on the walls. Yes, I noticed that. Writing on the wall, center stone will be your foothold. Yeah. Steps out 10 steps west. Check the back of the stone pillars. The truth is back there. Sure it is. The unseen is true too. What does that even mean? Higher than the center pillar. Okay, cannot. That does not work. Pretty sure that one was the unseen is true too, okay? Center stone will be your foothold. But then it says aim your sights higher. But I can't control the camera. Can't check any of these that are like higher up. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not seeing how this is supposed to work. The unseen is true too. But yeah, steps out 10 steps west. Higher than the center pillar. This is fun. Unseen is true too. The truth is back there. Literally, okay. Aim your sights higher. Hmm. I see no way to get up higher, though, besides like these. Check the back of the stone pillar. Yeah, higher than the center pillar. Is it just like... Ah, three hidden stones, then put them in the holes. The truth is back there. Okay. Hmm. Looks like there's writing carved on the walls. Yes. Aim your sights higher. Yeah. Jeez. Don't think this is what I'm supposed to do. Ooh, actually, wait. Actually get up there? Wait. That. So, okay. So yeah, I actually had to reset that puzzle. Okay. Unseen is true too. Okay. That was that was a puzzle. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking was going to happen. Okay, not specifically that. Thought it was just going to make a bridge. Oh boy. You know what that means. Janky gear platforming time. Yay! Yeah, that puzzle was, not something I would have really thought of, honestly. Well, I mean, I thought of it. I figured it out, but... Really? No. Like, it was because I got into a battle. That's why my jump didn't go through. That's so obnoxious. And there's no music, so you can't even tell. There. Is it even worth it to fight these things? I don't know. What does Terra holes look like? Neat. Well, that was certainly an experience. Wait, why can't I? Oh, okay. How much XP do I even get for taking these guys down now? I guess it's probably a decent amount. Is it worth it for the fuel costs and everything, though? Dead yet? There we go. You get like 10k, I guess. Considering level ups are... how much now? Yeah, it's still probably worth it to fight those things. Even though it takes forever. Really interesting. Tiny door. Is there gonna be another one of these? Please tell me there's not. Okay. Well, there is a room. Survival tent. Oh, this is, who would have guessed? Honestly, I was expecting, like, all of them to be trap chest. Not. Oh, okay. That's how that works. Understandable. Thought it looked like there was a, door over there. Oh. I wasn't even going for the chests. I was just trying to get in. That's rock. Received a rose tabard. And Aquasol DX. What's a rose tabard? And Relic's charge. I got the Ender Relic of Alucard from Helsing Bridge. Your move. Neat. Rose tabard. I don't know what that. Fear not the darkness of the walls of the pit, for if you keep moving forward, the path you will find. The what? Might move if you push it. Darkness of the walls of the pit. Okay. What is this? It's like a murally thing. Next up, Alucard versus Yogiri Takuto versus the Truth. Is it like an eye-themed thing? Nope, that's not it. Just me being stupid? Fear not the darkness of the walls of the pit, for if you keep moving forward, the path you will find. What is this? Writing on the wall. The secret is in the wall of the third hole. Writing on the wall. Find the hidden passage in this room to proceed. Wall of the... The hidden passage is in the third hole. Okay. Spell it out, I guess. There's a secret in the third hole from the door. Guessing it is this one. Is it during the fall down? Might be during the fall down. Okay, that's weird. Uh-oh. Huh? Now what? FBI, open up! Dang it, you messed me up. How you doing? I even missed dialogue because of you. I blame you. Mwahaha. What? Again? Damn, the ceiling's dropping again. Show some courage and stand your ground? Oh. This game is a frickin' troll right now. My god. Actually, is there more writing on the wall in there? That's a... Is this writing on the wall? No. This writing on the wall? No. If it's trolling you, then I like it even more. Typical Twitch chatter, am I right? That's funny. Okay, then. Now what? There's a button with 7 marks on it. Push it. Looks like there's a switch on the floor. Step on it. There's a button with 3 marks on it. Looks like there's a switch on the floor. Step on it. Okay, that refilled it. Won't go any lower. Okay, what is... Button with 7 marks on it. Push it. Okay, so that does it, like... What's the point, though? Is it supposed to be, like... Writing on the wall. Not too little or too much. Find a happy medium to succeed in life. So... What if we... Go any lower, okay. Writing on the wall. Buttons on both sides control the water level. No, really. Okay. So that was 3, 6, 9. Looked like maybe 10. So... What if we... Drop it down 3. 6... 9... It says find a happy medium. Okay. So, I'm thinking... How do we... Oh, okay. Uh, okay, so if I'm right, is that... Okay. And this should be... That's... Okay. So let's drain... So we're at 10. Okay, I think what we want to do is... Drain it to 0. If I'm right, it looks like there's 10 levels on here. So this will do 3, 6, 9. Switch it to 7. Drain it 7. This should take it down to 2. Switch it back to 3. If we add 3, that should hit 5. Should be... Yep, exactly halfway. I know how puzzly things do. Okay, that's gonna drain the water out from there. Yay, puzzles. Now there's a chest here. With a beastly robe. Oh, the roast tabard is a thing. Beastly robe, though. Is that for... No idea. You're wearing a robe, so maybe? More defense. Is that worth it? For the... Nah, I don't think it's worth it, actually. Is that a shortcut now? Yeah. Not that it was really long to begin with, to be honest. That was, very interesting dungeon. It's very puzzly. Which I'm actually kind of okay with. No battles, no battles, no battles, no battles, no battles. Aha! We got King's Helm. That sounds like armor. I kind of wish there was some music going on right now, though. King's Helm. Oh, we have two of them, actually, for some reason. Just 12 more defense. Very simple. And Ether. Okay, we have two of them now. That's nice. That means we can put one on Ellie. And one on Esmeralda. That a save point? Yes, it is. But I don't get to save. Thermo-based. Have I even found the frog guys' names yet? I don't think they've ever gotten a turn. Probably for the better, because there is a lot of them. How am I not on the save point? What? Alright. Oh boy, this again. What down? They're frog people, so maybe it'll heal them. Nope. Oh, it didn't kill them all, though. That's a ramp. Jeez, you like zoom here when you run. My gosh. Well, I think we might have made it. Okay, so whose gear gets upgraded this time? Is it actually... Here's a... Oh, okay. So, there's an anima relic in these runes. So ancient people worship meaningless things too, huh? Who's that? What'd you say? Say something I understand. Who are you? Get out of my head. Rico? Are you okay? So... Did, like... Solaris make the memory cubes to look like the anima relics? Is that why we hear the save tune in there? I've seen that shape somewhere before. Wasn't that Rico's gear? So it looks like it was your turn, Rico. Well, anyway, we'll soon see when we go outside. Okay. What we fight? Whoa, what the? Hi, Hammer. Hey, bro. It's been a long time no see, bro. Hammer, is that you? What are you doing in that outfit? I was finally able to get it. Super strength, just like you, bro. It feels so good being one with your gear. Krellian did this for me. Anyway, just leave that gear and Miss Ellie for me. Resistance is useless. I'm much too powerful for you now. What are you saying, Hammer? What? You're not handing them over. I see. Then I'll just have to use force and take the girl and the gear from you. Stop it, Hammer. Even you, champ, won't win against me now. Here I come. Okay. I probably should have, healed up here. See, I don't think either of those are useful for now. Special options. We have Jesse Brennan. Nah. Oh, okay. Self-modification. But what does it do? Defense down. But what does it do? Great. I'm just gonna keep doing this. Like, I don't know, no reason not to, right? Self-modification. Get the defense back up. Okay, that gel does a lot of damage. So this kind of ended up being a both people dungeon. Seems you're, like, much weaker to ether. What is it mode? I'm actually curious. Oh no. She had no special options. I guess we kind of have to, well, Soul S. Do a DX or Sigma Soul. Okay, well, I don't know if that just takes us into level infinity, or if I got there, but we'll take it. Self-modification, okay. Just want to make sure we are hitting this on Faye. That's fun. Okay. Ow. Wow, that did literally nothing. I have a really bad feeling. Should we get out of here? I can escape. That's my bro. Far too strong. Even for me, just when I thought I finally got powerful enough to beat you two. Hammer. Champ, promise me you'll go back to Nortune one day. You're the next in line to be the Kaiser. You knew? Don't underestimate the power of my information network. But, it's no use now. For a bit player like me, this is probably the end I deserve. Hammer! Hammer disappeared into the chasm with a look of satisfaction. Was he happy because he had been able to attain it? His brief moment of power? Hammer's smile. Was that the look of joy from attaining power? Or was it the look of relief from the pain that was brought upon him by his mutation? Ultimately, we had no other choice but to defeat our friend Hammer, for the sake of our own survival. Was there any other way around it? I've never felt that fighting was so futile until now. Ellie cried continuously. She hated herself for not having the power to be able to do anything to help him. When I saw her like that, I couldn't help thinking, I can no longer allow her to fight like this. We returned to Ignis, feeling that this had become much more than we could bear. What do you want, Ramses? You. If you didn't exist, That's why I must get rid of you. Only then will I be able to beat him. What do you think you're doing, Ramses? That's absurd. Do you think that you can neutralize my power? Of course he can. He was made to be able to do so. Krillian, surely you're not on their side now. Oh, really now? I don't care about a group of old geezers who were so obsessed with clinging on to their dear little lives that they had to resort to turning themselves into data on the Sol 9000 in order to survive. That's not why your existence obstructs me from reaching my goal. That's all. Haven't you been working for humanity's future, for humans to live longer? That is why I assisted you. Yes, that's right. I try to lead the people in my own way. That hasn't changed in the least. Krillian, what's got into you? Kill him, Ramses. Hey! Well, that was anticlimactic. So, Cain is dead. Yes. The final fate for one bound within everlasting flesh. If only he had just accepted our logical ideals too. A fitting end for someone who would become dominated by needless flesh. Excellent work, Krillian. Now there is nothing that can stand in the way of us accomplishing our objective. The anima relics have been awakened and have aligned with their respected animus. Dan, Joseph, Gad have each been aligned with a surface dweller as their animus. Hugo's Asher, Ramses's Zebulun, Krillian's Judah, Sophia's Dinah. Reuben, Simon, Levi, and Issachar were already aligned 500 years ago. And finally, Grass, Naphtali, and all of the anima relics have now been activated. Okay, well, I guess that makes sense that Grass would be an Omni-Gear. The identity of the persona, Mask of the Mother, has also become clear. The time has come. Now is the time to open the door to God's domain to attain the fleshly body and the wisdom of God. The time of the true awakening to carry us to new horizons. Yes, the time of the gospel has come. Now humans, extol the awakening of God. Oh, and they talked about a key. That is literally just like a real ass key. I thought it was like a metaphorical key. This is probably fine, right? Suddenly, the howling erupted. Even the people who had not been mutated were being turned into wells. They howled out like war cries, as if to call out to something. That was because Ramses had been manipulated into assassinating the Emperor. Now, with nothing else holding them back, the Ministry had put into use the Geisha Key, the effect of which was to alter those people who had been destined by God. Those people destined by God, regardless of whether they were surface dwellers or Solarians, began to change shape, one after the other. The howling was a people who had filled the earth, calling out to God. Once humans had filled the earth, God will awaken from his long sleep, and the awakening of Mahanin, the paradise in the sky, will soon follow. The true meaning of what the Ministry had spoken, the true nature of that legend, was at last beginning to be realized. This is what they meant when they said, once humans have filled the earth. Eventually, Mahanin, the resting place of God, woke from its long slumber and began to rise, almost as if responding to the call of the people. It appeared before us in all its majestic glory. Solaris' Gazelle Ministry sent a massive force there to obtain God and his wisdom, but by now, neither the nation of Solaris nor the organization known as Gebler existed anymore. The only thing that was left there was an innumerable accumulation of weapons. Almost all of the Solarians had been transfigured into weapons. The Gazelle Ministry now reigned over them as their commanders. There was no way we could allow God or God's wisdom to fall into the hands of the Ministry. We decided to assemble all the forces we could and head toward Mahanin. It was a perilous battle. There was no guarantee that we would make it back alive. We were able to carry out the plan at dawn. Hence, I had to stiffen my resolve concerning her. Wait a minute. You want me to stay here? No, I'm going with you. No, it's too dangerous. Why? I've been in many dangerous situations. This isn't the first time. I said no. We can't take you. Please, understand. No, I want to go. We've been fighting together all this time. And suddenly you're telling me not to go? I just don't get it. This isn't like any other fight. It's a battle for the wisdom created by God. It's life or death. Whoever controls it becomes the true dominator of the world. It's obvious the Ministry will bring the strongest possible troops. There's no guarantee you'll come back alive. That's exactly why I want to go. You don't have the slightest idea. What don't I understand? If the enemy were the Ministry or just mechanical weapons, it would be okay. But most of the enemies will be made up of what were once humans. Humans just like you and I. I saw them at those facilities. Gears that were made out of humans. They were the same as Hammer. Could you now destroy them knowing this? In order to save ourselves, could you truly say that you could kill those who were once our friends? So, do you still want to go now? Well, you can't even kill one person. Your presence would be a burden during the fight. You just get in the way. Little blunt there, Faye. Hey, Faye, don't you think you went a little too far there? We cannot blame her. At least we should understand her feelings. I know how Ellie feels. I knew she wouldn't have listened to me if I had just said, "You're not coming," seeing as she has worked together with us for such a long time and all. That's why I had to explain it to her like that. The people gathered in Nissan need Ellie. She's got to realize how much people are depending on her. I can't put her in a dangerous situation. But the way you said it was a little harsh. You didn't have to be so cold. She was crying, you know. But I am sure she realizes that. I agree. Maybe you're the one who doesn't understand. Me? I don't understand? A lady's heart. She wants to go to be with you, Faye, until the end. Yeah. If I were you, I'd hold her tight and say, "Let's go together." Just like that. Really? No, I mean, Young master, don't overdo yourself now. Ah, shut up! Anyhow, why don't you go ask her to come with you? Whether she'll go or not, you should express your feelings in words. If you really care about her, you have to go tell her. Express your feelings. Right. I didn't mean... Too late now. Everyone knows it. You are not being true to yourself, are you? I agree. Faye, say it. Straight out. Go ahead. Go chase after her. What are you waiting for? Because you gave me a room full of people to talk to. You don't know how to treat a lady, do you? Women don't like insensitive men. Come on now, go for it. Faye, is it not the time for you to come out with your feelings now? Faye, go. Don't you worry about me. Please hurry and go to her. That's not the way to treat her. I don't know much about this kind of thing, but Hammer used to tell me to be nice to women. I'm not well versed in the art of romance. Okay. Did she go down here? Like, where did she go? Hey, stupid! It's the other room. I don't know. Sorry about what just happened. Forgive me, but I want to explain. Now for the first time, people on both Earth and Solaris are becoming one. But then, not all of them are strong like the crew of the ship, or the people in Shivat. Even we almost lose sight of our futures at times. So, can you imagine what regular people go through? That's why people need someone like you to depend on, as a light to guide us. You freed the hearts of the people that have been used as tools by the Ministry for hundreds of years. Ellie, it was you, and now your body doesn't just belong to you alone anymore. That's why I can't let you be in any danger, and that's why I don't want you to fight anymore. It's funny, isn't it? Huh? We used to be enemies, but now we're together like this. In the beginning, I think I saw myself in you. We seemed to overlap, you being in a similar situation as I was. When I was with you, I didn't feel alone or apprehensive. That's why I thought I liked you. But it wasn't that. I simply didn't have the courage to look at my true self. I turned to you to run away from it all. I mistook that for love. But it's different now. I can face my own problems. I am me and you are you. It's all become clear to me now. I also learned that I really do need you. It's not because I need you as a sanctuary for my problems. I need you because I truly love you. Ellie, I know what you're saying, Faye. I know why you're so concerned for my safety. But you know, I'm scared. I fear we may never see each other again. I just have this feeling. Don't worry, I won't die. No, it's not that. It's something completely different. It's as if I'm being torn apart by something I can't resist. That I'm no longer me. Even if you come back safely, it just feels so uneasy. That's why I need to go with you. I can't bear to be away from you. I feel the same way, ever since the time I met you in that forest. I think it's the same feeling that you've been having. I was also running to you. But I have to solve my own problems. I can't throw my problems onto you. There is another me. Id is within me. I fear that at any moment, Id may awaken within me. You're the only one that has been able to keep me from giving in to Id. It was because you were always by my side that I was still able to keep from losing myself. I promise you that I will return. So, that is, Ellie, I want you to be my reason to return. To be my home that I can return to. Ellie, if you'll wait for me to come back, even if we are in totally different places, as long as you'll stay by my side, I know I'll be able to do anything. Oh, Faye. Are you going now? Yeah, sorry. Did I wake you? It's okay. I've been awake all along. All along? Uh-huh. I was watching over you while you slept. And before I realized it, it was morning. Well, I'm off. Alright then. Do be careful. Yeah, I will. Oh, could you hold on to this for me? What is this? Is this a pendant? I don't know whose it is. It seems it was on me when I was brought into Lahan. It may be mine, or it could be... Oh, nothing. Will you just hold on to it for me? Alright, I'll hold on to it for you. Thanks. Well, I guess it's goodbye. Oh, Faye. Yeah? Thank you. Ellie, are you okay about this? Don't you want to be with him? Yes, but it's because I believe in him. Just being close to a person is not in itself an indication of love, is it? But men are selfish. When something big happens, they say, "It's too dangerous, you can't come." They treat women like we're weaklings. Although, it is true I can't help Bart and friends much anymore. That's not true. Everyone wants someone special waiting for them. Someone who protects the place they can return to. If you don't have that peace of mind, then you wouldn't be able to get anything done. Men try to tough it out as much as they can, and then some. They're cute that way. Aren't they? Yeah, you're right. Anyway, we have things we have to do now. And while we do them, let's pray that everyone comes back safely. To God? No. To your own innermost feelings that everyone believes in. What's wrong? I knew it. Yeah, that must be it. What? Ellie, it's like everyone says. You must be a reincarnation of Sophia. You have no way of knowing the Nissan Sect's teachings. But what you say... Well, it's exactly the same as what Sophia always said. Time for you to head out, need to sleep? Alright, Embryo, you have a wonderful night, and thank you for stopping by. Thank you for lurking, I appreciate you. Yeah, that might be it. The first time I visited here, I had the most amazing feeling. Familiar, sad. Like I'd visited here many times in my dreams. I know where each room is and what's in them. I just know I must have been here in the distant past. Before, if you had spoken of this, I'd have brushed it off with a laugh. But now... Now I can more or less believe it. The things I couldn't do then, I'm probably trying to do now. Things you couldn't do? Yeah, things I couldn't do. Driving back the Solarian Interceptor forces, we took the floating continent, or to the floating continent, Mahanin. What does that say? E-L-O-R... Oh, Eldridge. It was the central hull of a colossal spacecraft with a diameter of at least 40 kilts. Judging from the condition of the hull, we estimated the ship was thousands of years old. Is that the name of the ship from the intro? I'm gonna say yes. It was determined by examining the insides of the wreckage that some kind of ancient accident occurred on the ship about 10,000 years ago, which forced it to crash onto our planet. Alien beings that came to our planet from a far-off galaxy, aeons ago. Could it possibly have been that our ancestors were the passengers of this ship and had crash-landed here on this planet? Seeking God and his divine wisdom, Raziel's tree, which, it is said, lie here in Mahanin, we proceeded further. What kind of dungeon are we has? Yeah, can't take Ellie, of course. That's the case. I guess we can't, put an ether doubler on Ellie. Hopefully I didn't have anything good on her, because I actually can't change anything out. Who do we take? We go Satan. He has heals, he's fast. Sure, we'll go Satan. Open a menu. I don't want to look at... Do I take anything off of people? Yeah. So let's... Who did I have there last? Let's grab some stuff off of Billy. I don't think we're gonna be using him. Open the menu. Change members. I don't even know if Billy will be able to, or Satan will be able to wear anything Billy's wearing, but assuming he will be. Open the menu. Rose Tabard. Okay, you can. Cool. What is... Oh, that's right. Actually, for now, let's go for the Holy Pendant, because Satan has haste anyway, so... Yeah, Satan is just, like, really good, right? Like... Yeah, he kind of does everything Billy can do. Except for, like, the... He can even kind of AoE heal. The heals aren't as good as Billy, but... Yeah, he can haste. I mean, really, all you need is the haste. And, the heals. Actually, let's save again. Call me overly cautious, but I like saving. Paradise. Oh, that's a lovely chapter name. Continue. In the depths we saw an alien form. It was partially rotted and petrified, a giant, grotesque being. It gave off an inexplicable air of intimidation. Perhaps it was more than a gut reaction. Perhaps it was the fear of the absolute that came from the very depths of our inherited instincts. Is it alive? Oh. This is lovely. Kill it with fire. Killing with fire works! Or not! Enemy and ally HP halved. So is this say it's supposed to lose fight? You keep doing that. That wasn't nearly enough damage, okay. Special options, system id. Yeah, I really don't see this going well for me. looks like system, it always puts you in hyper mode. That checks out. So we do go 10x. We even do more than 14,000 damage. Nope. Or 16,000, sorry. Yeah, I'm, most we can do is 7,000. Which you instantly heal more than. Now we can't run. Just keep on doing that. While I make literally zero progress. Okay. You can just do it again, okay. I don't think it even costs all that much fuel either. I guess, what is it, like 1,000? There you go. Haven't seen this one yet either, so let's see it. Hi, Daves. Hey, how you doing, Holy? What's up? Yeah, I really hope this is a I'm not supposed to win kind of fight, because otherwise I have no idea what to do. But he keeps healing. Super Mario RPG? Yeah, how is it? You're not helping, Daves. I'm sure this guy's not that important or anything, right? the timings are slightly different. Well, that's actually kind of cool then. You know, lets you relearn. Huh. Okay. What do I do here? How? I'm sorry, what? What am I supposed to do? Yep. Wait. Uh, I. Enemy and ally. Ah, I see. So. Okay. Yeah, I had to look that one up. So System 8 just puts me into Infinity mode, I guess. Is he in Fenrir right now? Yeah, this is just the first encounter. So it says just like... Okay. Do this, I guess. But he's not doing the halving attack, which is kind of, I need him to do that. That's not the attack I need you to do. Also, ow. No, not that. Oh, this is... Ooh. Oh, this is gonna be confusing. Okay, there's the halving attack. That means you have... 10,000. Okay. I don't have anybody to heal you, so that's fun. Yeah, I don't think I would have ever figured this one out. Okay, so I just need to basically save like 1,000. So this might be the last heal for a bit. I'm hoping that, like, makes the AI be like, ooh, you healed. Must cut HP again. No, it did not. And this is gonna kill Emeralda. Lovely. Nano means sun. Can you do the thingy-mabobbles? Nope. You're gonna do the very long animation attack instead. Lovely. I'd appreciate it if you just, like, did the HP thingy. Yeah, that! And then Satan can be... actually, is that even worth... I don't know if that's worth it or not. Whatever. What could possibly go wrong? It's not like we have a long run up to this boss or anything. Long animation attacks and PS1 games go together like, yeah, I'm noticing that. Like Microsoft and Christianity references? Yes, kill Satan. I probably should have healed him, honestly. Have you watched Ava? I have not. That did 5k damage. Damn. Should be at 5,000 health. She had exactly 1 health. Well, Faye leveled up a bunch. No one else did. Okay, learned. And we were ready to learn it. That was the ultimate power? The partially rotted thing eventually self-disintegrated. We proceeded even further. Oh, look at this CGI. It's so gorgeous. Are those memory cubes? You know you love it? Honestly, I have seen worse CGI in, like, modern things, so... We came to an enormous cavern that was big enough to swallow the whole capital of Ave. In its center were 2 gently glowing objects. It was the source of divine wisdom. It was Raziel's tree. Satan doing his techie thing like normal. And the cavern itself was a giant computer called Raziel. Makes sense to me. Those are just like giant memory cubes. The wisdom of God hidden within Raziel was we found the unthinkable when we accessed its data. A large, unmanned strategic weapon and its battalion of terminal interface weapons traveling from star system to star system, and a gargantuan mothership used to carry them. The creation of the Malika Angel, God's army to reign over the vast universe with, and the construction of a divine ark. These weapons were called Yabe, the Interplanetary Invasion Weapon System. What the Gazelle Ministry was pursuing was right here. According to the data, the giant rotting organism we just defeated was in fact the nucleus of this system. We were on the verge of accessing the data for the object called Zohar. The central neural circuit and power source controlling the entire system, from the weapons to the mothership. When suddenly, he appeared. Ah, the hidden data from Raziel's tree. Move away from there. This matter is far too weighty for the likes of you. We must protect it with our lives. We can't let them have the Raziel data. You handle them. I will try and extract as much data as I am able to. If anything goes wrong, I will destroy this place. Please tell me I got healed. That went well. I wasn't. Are you kidding me? I'm so... I guess that's all you can take for now. Are you frustrated? But that is only natural. After all, you are imperfect. Imperfect? Yes, you are lacking now. The absence of wrath is an impediment to you utilizing your true strength. Wrath. The drive to massacre and annihilate. The compulsion to destroy your opponent. Such wrath is power for the soul. By eliminating your foe, you attain your first sublimation of that drive. It is this very sublimation that draws out the hidden powers within oneself. But clinging to reason, suppressing your wrath and desire, makes releasing your true power a dream within a dream for you. You already know this. When wrath appeared in your heart, the machine responded, did it not? What drew out such power from your machine was truly the drive of your soul. It was your id. The sign of the purpose you've been seeking, the mark of a natural-born assassin. You're wrong. That's absolutely untrue. I'm not id. I'm... The time has come. I'll take your soul and draw its power out to the limit. Enough. Huh? What are you stopping me for? He is bait. If you kill the bait, the precious bird you wish to capture will fly away. You know, a very important bird, needed to fulfill my earnest desire. You understand, don't you, Lacan. Suit yourself. We shall crucify them. In the land of Golgotha, to the west of here, collect all the broken gears. When Faye and the others arrived at the deepest part of Mahanan, I was looking after the newly mutated people in Nissan. People mutating, one after the other. Like some eternal nightmare that made me wonder just how long we would have to keep on nursing them. Are you okay? You haven't had any rest, have you? I can handle things on my own for a while. Why don't you go out for a walk? Thank you. But I'll be alright. I'd rather keep busy so I won't worry about things too much. Is that it? Hey, Ellie, what's that? This? Can I see it? Just as I thought, it's the pennant of Nissan. But why do you have it, Ellie? It's Faye's. I'm holding it onto it for him. But it feels as if I've always worn it. Hmm. When you wear that, you look even more like Sophia. Really? Flattery won't get you anything, you know. Anyway, we need to hurry and test the new mutation suppressant assembler on those other people there. We can't afford to have them change any further. Oh no, something's happened to Faye and the others. Overcome by indescribable fear, I decided to ascend to Shavat, which was stationed in the skies above Nissan. Awaiting me there was a transmission from Krelian. He told me that if I wanted to save Faye and the others, I would have to come to Golgotha. Krelian wanted me. In order to save Faye and my other friends, I departed in the last Omni gear left remaining in Shavat. My precious fear of riding in this machine was surmounted by my desire to rescue the people dear to me. Are you serious about going it alone? Krelian told me to come by myself. I can't afford to break the agreement, so please, stay behind and protect everyone here. But it's a trap. I know. Then why? If I don't go, Faye and them will be executed for sure. Krelian isn't concerned with anyone else but me. So, what makes you think he's going to hold as part of the bargain? Do you have any way of knowing that you'll definitely save your friends by doing this? No. Then it's suicide. It might be. But I've made it this far because of Faye and the others. Because they accepted me as their friend. If you go away, what about us? What about all the people who have assembled in Nissan that you leave behind? Everyone's depending on you for their spiritual support. The people in Nissan will be fine. They can stand on their own feet without any support from me. This is also true of you all, right? But why do you do so much for him? I don't know. I guess it's a woman's prerogative to be selfish. Perhaps. A woman's prerogative. I'm not a holy woman of any sort. I'm just a regular woman. I get angry, I cry, I laugh. Although at times I can resent others, I also know how to love others. Loving whole masses of people at times, and loving just one person the rest of the time. I'm in a supreme bliss when I am embraced by the man that I love. Giving what I have to him and receiving what he gives me, we become one flesh. That's the moment when I am at most peace. It's my prerogative as a woman to simply want to save the man that I love. Boss. I'm sorry for saying such selfish things. I'll go and do all that I can for my friends. So, I want you all to do whatever it is you can do for our friends here. Well, I'd better get going now. Oh, this part. This is, something. Gee, what the hell? What? Yeah, this part. Like, I know you said it, but I didn't think we'd see it. I just love, like, robot mascot. Like, I know this is a crazy tense moment, but, like, also... What? For what purpose does this serve? The fact that Choo-Choo is up there makes it better, because they can. Ellie? You idiot, why did you come here? Krellian's after you. Forget about us. Run and save yourself. I came as I was told. I'm the one you need. They have nothing to do with this, so let Faye and the others go. How gallant you are, Elhaim. It's as if that scene from the past has been brought back to life in the present. So, you came in an Omni gear. That too is her gear. Allow me to confirm something. I'll consider what kind of treatment your friends will receive, on one condition. That you first defeat these two men here with that gear you came in. How about it, Elhaim? Forget it, Ellie. He's up to something. Don't accept it. Faye is right. Krellian's not a man of his word. And he always has ulterior motives when he sweet-talks someone. What's more, those men are fighting machines created by Krellian. Their combat skills are immeasurable. Immeasurable. I can't speak today. They are not opponents you can handle by yourself. Do not take him up on his offer. Escape while you can. My, such harsh criticism. I'm not that brutal. So, what will it be, Elhaim? Even if you were to try to flee now, it is not likely you would be able to. You see, I have this whole area surrounded by my guards. Wouldn't it be logical to take the choice where you may still stand a chance? No matter how slight it may be. Don't do it, Ellie! Alright then, I'll do what you say. Good. You are indeed my precious little bird. Now, get on with it. Can I, like, check gear and stuff first? If it gives Faye and them even the slightest chance of escape, then I will fight. I don't care if it even costs me my life. They're too fast. Oh, we're not actually fighting. Okay. Outmatched, even in my Omni gear. But I can't just... No, not like this. I can't lose. Must somehow stop movement. Stopped. Now's my chance. Yeah, that attack rocks. Did I do it? No. How could that... I thought it had some sort of effect. Girl, that hurt. I'll get you back. It was wrong of you to underestimate our power. This is just brutal. God damn. I'm getting the results. It can't be helped, Mugwort. It's about time to finish the job. Downed yet? It's to be expected. Multiple fractures, major blood loss. I wouldn't be surprised if the cockpit is a sea of blood. At worst, death. What the? There's no way you could stand after taking that much damage. What? Mugwort? Why you... How dare you do that to my partner? No way. Ellie? Her true awakening, or just merely protecting her master? Either way, it does not alter the fact that she is the mother existence that I have been searching for. Now men, recover that machine. Place priority on the safety of the pilot. Use whatever it takes to preserve her life. Well then, I should be taking this girl with me. As for the rest of you, why don't you just wallow there pathetically while you meditate on your own lack of any real power? Pitiful. You can't even protect a single woman. It's not even worth the effort of putting a spineless wretch like you out of your misery. Ellie was taken away, and as Krellian had told her, we were left alive. Is Krellian just keeping his promise? No, that can't be it. There had to be another real reason why he allowed us to live. And we had to find that out. Well, we can save now, so that's nice. Oh, we have Bart with us. Been a minute since I've used him, so at the very least, let's put Wonder Whip, sure. Yeah, it's been a minute since I've done anything with Bart. Oh, we have +7? Eh, sure, why not? I don't know. Have we even modified Satan's gear at all lately? I mean, Beam Code, I guess, is something. Or Silver AR, sure, I don't know. Continue the game? Sure. The fleshly body of God has been recovered. The Anima and the Animus have all been obtained. All that is left for us to do is change into the Animus and become one with the Mother Persona. That is incorrect. What? What do you mean, Krellian? What did you just say? What are you doing, Krellian? Have you gone totally insane? What are you doing to the memory banks? Do not touch them. We cannot survive without them. You were the only ones who could have activated the key. But now that it's been activated, I no longer need you. I'm having you all erased. How dare you! The only obstacle that kept me from my goal was Cain. He was the one person who had total control of the people, and thus was my greatest nemesis. But the only person who could terminate Cain was Cain himself. That's why I created a copy of Cain. Ramses acted exactly as I predicted, killing Cain. Now there is no one who can stop me, and I'm not interested in your power or authority. Did you really think that you were acting on your own free will? You're all just parts of the system. Created only as weapons of invasion and oppression, you are just terminal interface weapons. We can become God, and you're... God? Who said you'd be God? What impertinence! We are humans. We are created to be terminal interfaces of God. It is the same for you, who were once humans. Man cannot become God. We can only entrust ourselves to God. Ridiculous! Going against the Mother? I have not gone against her. This is the will of the other Mother. You think you can eliminate us and still revive God? It can be done. Your genes were scattered in order to keep the world alive after the fall in days of destruction. Those genes live on today within the humans. the anima vessels, and the recipients of their alignment, the animus, and also the persona. By combining these with my nanomachines, humans will become living beings, very much the equivalent of you. Actually, they may far surpass you in becoming worthy of terminal interfaces for God. So, you are no longer of any use to me. Deus, the physical manifestation of God, only wants results. The means are insignificant to him, so this is my arc plan, my Project Noah. Krelly. May all your worries cease. Rest in peace, ancestors of mortal man. Now, it's just you and I, Sophia. I was powerless. All I could do was stand by and watch as they took Ellie away from me. I'm powerless. What are you doing there? Oh, it's you. I wasn't able to beat Graf. I didn't stand a chance against him. It was obvious from the start. It was impossible to try to defeat a monster machine like that to begin with. And Ellie, why was she so damn foolish? I implicitly told her not to come. I told her to run away. She had to have known it was a trap. Yes, you won't be able to defeat him like that. As long as you continue fighting with that kind of an attitude, that is. The reason you lost and that young lady was taken was because of your pride. Weren't you depending far too much on the power of your machine? Not to mention that new id power you're able to control. What is Graf's source of power? His machine? His technique? His experience? I do not think so. It is his feelings. His heart. His feelings are dominated by his resentment and his hatred of this world. That hatred is his source of power. Your feelings weren't focused enough to fight off Graf. That is why you could not win. Your feelings must be in the right place. That is strength. Now, I think it's because he dealt my entire HP bar in one shot. That's probably why we couldn't win. I'm not surprised you lost, seeing as you do not understand the true meaning of strength. Wise man. That young lady, the only thing in her heart was her desire to save you all. She set aside her fear and piloted that machine. It was because she had such strong feelings that you are still alive. That's what I think. Of course, you have been defeated. However, that doesn't mean it's over. How do you plan on responding to her feelings? Is it now your turn to save her? Is it not? Well, what are you going to do, Faye? I'm going to. In order to save Ellie, we began to search desperately for her whereabouts, and 2 weeks later, we found her. Using the data obtained from Raziel and his own nanomachine technology, Krellian had begun to the construction of God's Ark, Merkava. Its completion was imminent. To prevent its activation and to rescue Ellie, we headed for Merkava. You again? Are you girls thinking of going in there too? Don't get any wrong ideas there. We're here to help our commander. Mang and Krellian have been manipulating his emotions for the sole purpose of eliminating the Emperor. We simply want to free the commander from those bonds so that he may be saved. It's neither for the sake of the world, nor for the sake of your girlfriend, Elhaim. We have no intention of fighting on the same side as you. Fine. You have your own battles to fight, and we have ours. Let's leave it at that. But, if things get out of hand, you head back, we'll handle it. We'll make you eat those words, you wait and see. We entered inside of Merkava, and, while fighting back units of weapons that self-regenerated through the use of nanomachines, we headed for the central core, and then, once again, Ramses appeared before us. Okay, but why is this statue here, but as a hologram, I think? Probably? Oh, we can switch out someone now. It's just set him up, but I think it's better for Emeralda. Just to have, like, ether attacks is useful. I kinda wish I was able to, go through that Deus fight without losing everyone but Faye. Promised Land. Just to have more level ups on people, but eh. Faye's at level 71. Where is this? That's a hallway. That's a door. Very extra door. Multiple doors. Is that a robot? That is a oh, that is a robot, not is that a robot. That is actually 3 robots. That is a chicken. Okay, I was kind of hoping you would be over here. It looks like this shaft somehow connects to the outside, but we don't have time to turn back. Let's hurry ahead. What would you like? Character items? Okay. Is Crescens a robot or a miserable pile of nanomachines? That is a great question. Are there any new gear pieces? Doesn't look like it. Ooh, okay. That looks cool. Yeah, it looks... See, is the Ether AR worth it? I don't know. Nope, we have it. That's funny. Ether AR, light AR, A charger, charger stores 50 fuel, And honestly, like, we don't really need anything. Wow, I'm still using the... Okay. Well, that's funny. You mean I could have gotten Citan's strength up a lot? Well, I don't know how much it is for, like, gears, but 20 seems like a big number. In fact, it is more than, like, 19. Can we heal everyone, actually? Don't need to bother, okay. I've been waiting for you, Faye. Ramses. Faye, if only you hadn't been born. We're going to settle this now. Stop it, Ramses. What reason is there to continue fighting me? Who are you fighting for? Why do you always have a bone to pick with me? Tell me why. It's all because of you. If only you hadn't come in and destroyed my prospects in life. My life was given to me within a nanoreactor in Krillion's laboratory. To be born as a superior being, above all humans. But then... This time your body is young. The previous one got too old. And the name? Karen. But the individual names have no meaning to me. So, what brings you here? Is that thing inside the nanoreactor there the one? Huh? Oh, recognition code 0808191. Ramses. The Emperor's been told it's a prototype for an artificial contact. What's its status? It has entered the so-called first growth stage. From now until the binding, its growth will be several times faster than that of an ordinary human. But its psychological development will be a little difficult to control. It is a replica, so that is to be expected. It's moving. Can it hear us? Yes, it already has a will of its own. Then, I have a better way. Let us dispose of it. We don't need this. We have my child. My child will be 4 this year. Your having a child is significant. Yes. I checked it out. There's no mistake. It's a contact. What's its name? My child's name is Faye. So, you understand what this means? A corresponding antitype is... Yes. Probably already born somewhere. The final one. Then, this thing is worthless. Yes, totally useless. Chase after it, boy. A love that's unattainable for you, no matter how hard you try to pursue it. Until then, Because of your existence, I was discarded. I was destined to be the representative of God, having the might of the Emperor. I was destined to be the ultimate existence, having the power to exercise absolute control over all. But I lost it all because of you. My mother? How do you know her, Ramses? Commander, please stop this. Commander, if what you say is true, then that's even more of a reason not to fight. You were just used by Krellian and... Silence. Even you dare to censure me? I saved you from nearly becoming a test subject, and now you turn on me? You're mistaken. We're only thinking of your best interests. Silence. Ultimately, only I can help myself. I'm the only one that can correct this. This is the end for you. On guard, 'cause here I come, Faye. Okay. How does ether work? Relatively well, okay. Okay. Am I supposed to heal now? Let's just... Actually, what does Skull Wave look like? We haven't used any of these yet. That's a Kamehameha. It does nothing. I'm confusion. This is the case we're gonna burn through a lot of fuel in this fight, aren't we?
Oh, you stink!
Thanks for the vote of confidence, Ray. Oh, we have Kishin. Defense down. Lovely. Oh, and we really don't... Actually, we can technically heal that, can't we? Okay, so Kishin did like 6,600. What about Goten? That's fun. Okay. Understandable. Alright, what's your gimmick then? Let's go for another save here. Then we put that on so we don't have to do that every time we die. Going through all that dialogue again is gonna be fun, though. Yeah, we're gonna open these doors and then save again. It's already gonna be long enough. Alright, so... Actually... Do I even bother going for that? Power Magic Pilot, yeah, we'll go for... What do we have for, frame HP 10, no, probably a frame HP 50, right? 30, 30, that's fine, I guess. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. That's all it is? Gotcha. So, who is Karen, then? We know it. I mean, it's Faye's mom, but... Don't know? Yeah, he just does that. I don't know why. Well, you have met her? Wait. Don't know who's really old school? I have met her? There's so many characters in this that... Old school master? Sorta? Gotcha. So much dialogue. Alright, let's try this again. I think we just go big damage, right? Okay, actually, I wonder... So I forget who it was, but someone in chat said that if you use this on an enemy, it raises the resistance to one but lowers the other. Block Earth, weak point Wind. Okay. Now we do big heals. We're gonna be playing catch-up on HP for a while, aren't we? See, system aid costs 1,000, right? We're doing like 6,000 per... Great. Ow. Okay, so you are now weak to wind. Does this do more damage now? Yeah, a little bit more. Accuracy and evade down. Oh, great. Gotta keep doing that. Why did that do no damage? What is it? What was that? Was that... Is he on counter stance? Let's see. Can't break the blaze pose? What does that mean? Break blaze pose. But what does it mean? Okay. Ow. Gotta be close, right? Yeah, well, that's fun. Did I just go for... Oh. Okay. That is kind of unfortunate, though. Golden vest. Gah! What's this? What is this place? This is where Carr was born, and where his hatred of you was forged. Who's there? What is this? That's Ellie. Ellie! I would have liked to have been able to commend you for making it here, but your efforts were all in vain. The resurrection of Deus is imminent. Sacrificing this girl will bring about the awakening of God. What are you talking about? Why does Ellie have to be sacrificed? There's no need for you to know. For all of you, it will all end here. Did we get healed? My party's at 1 HP. Adieu, boys. Hi, Yang. Do I even bother? Oh, this is, defense up. Ether attack up also. I see. Defense up. Ether attack up also. Understandable. Defense up. Ether attack up also. Wave number 4, Devastator. Defense down, Ether attack down. I am, like... Defense up. Ether attack up. We are burning through fuel, though, doing this. I don't even have enough for System ID if I heal here. get the feeling this is gonna go poorly for me. Great. Why does that also raise it up? Okay, number 4. Devastator, Ether attack. Your Ether has gone up a lot, so... yeah. They might live? No. This is an actual loss, right? Okay. I think that was just a rough start, honestly. Problem is gonna come from, like, the HP management here is gonna be kind of important. We really have to kill Ramses fast, so he doesn't take my party down to 1 HP again. What is this thing called? Like the Ophi something, right? What is a good strategy here? Okay. Hmm. I don't know. We'll try it again. I think we came pretty close there, honestly. So, is there anything else we can try, though? Gold plate. What do we just got, No, we get that from killing, right, gotcha. Protects ether machine, no. Beam jammer, no. Power magic. Actually, is that a thing we can do? Ether AR, no. We have Ether AR pluses, don't we? Maybe... No, we'll go for... I don't know. Heavy alloy, no. Ether AR, yeah. We might throw those on people. I have not used this Death Blower 3, so once again... Where's the ETR pluses, though? There we are, okay. Extra ARDX, and... Frame HP, yes. We kinda need the frame HP, don't we? I wonder if we can... Can we, instead of the 2 power magics... We'll try this out and see what happens, I guess. It's the 0 heal between fights that's gonna really hurt. But we do, like, really need to take down, Ramses early. I guess probably do, like, more traditionally. I thought I saved. Never. I guess I'm gonna have to go through this every time then. Well then. Hey, and I just realized my controller has a turbo function on it. I think it's gonna be useful for things like this, huh? Gotta try to shift into turbo. No, that happened last stream. Well, Henshin a go-go, baby. Does her hairstyle remind you of anyone? Isn't it? Beautiful Joe. Isn't it, Satan's wife, kind of? Or am I wrong? Could be wrong. I'll have to look it up later. Or next time we lose. While I'm going through all of this again. We're fighting. Okay. Turbo off. Or not. Okay. Dad. Hold on, throw the turbo off. Maybe I don't do system id? Oh, you know what? I need to heal. That's right, I didn't put the heal on her. Because I don't know why I didn't put a heal on her. Yeah, that's how I do it. Gotcha. Why did I not put a heal on her? I don't know. I'm doing like almost 4,000 damage per though. So how much are we doing now? Cool. It's 5,000 actually, though. Sure. I said it might be enough. Honestly, golden fist, sure. Going through it again. Okay. Oh, okay. I see. That's weird. Okay. Start with that. And then we do that. Defense up, ether attack up also. Now... do I go system id here? See how much damage I do? How much damage is this gonna do? Yeah, about 5k. Silly Gundams. Maybe. Okay, so that's gonna take Emeralda down. But she's done a lot of damage. Oh. Aren't we powerful? Well, Emerald didn't get any XP from that, but... Big Bang learned. He learned Big Bang Attack? Oh my god! Well then, let's start over from the beginning again. You think you can beat me this time? What the? I thought I defeated you. Unless you can decompose her atomic structure, you don't stand much of a chance. Normal attacks are futile against one who has the ability to regenerate. Using nanomachines. Nanomachines, son. Do we have that ability somewhere? Now the time has come for the Great Awakening. It is our Omni Gears. Damn, what's going on? Huh? Hey, is that... our Omni... No, that's not it. Is that our Anima Relics? It is trying to detach the Anima Relics from our Omni Gears. Deus is swallowing up our Anima Relics? It seems the Anima Relics have fallen into the hands of the enemy. This is the true meaning of the Anima Relics. To attain their respective animus and return to the persona. The Anima Relics are really one set of parts that make up Deus, the physical manifestation of God. They regain their original powers or functions by aligning themselves with their destined partner. An Omni Gear that has lost its respective Anima Relic is but a puppet. It becomes a mere vessel or container in which there are no contents. And this girl, too, was destined to become one with God. You see, Elhaim is really one of the parts of God as well. What the hell are you talking about? But simply, you serve to bring all the parts of God together here, for me. You're a bunch of stupid fools. It's as if you're all clowns. You believe the legend of how our world and the universe was created, but the Ministry and I fabricated that very myth a long time ago to suit our purposes. That's a lie. How can that be true? I think you'll find that your friends' Omni Gears are all dead too. I'm talking about your friends who split up and took different paths than you in this place. They were all parts of God that were disassembled in the past, but once again, are all gathered here. Yes, it is indeed the time for the resurrection of God. What is it all for? Everything I've done up until now? Ramses? It's just you. What are you doing here, Car? What about me? My existence? What was its purpose? There was only one purpose to your existence. To eliminate Emperor Cain. Cain's will had become too much like that of the humans. He was too concerned about them. He had forgotten his mission to revive God. That is why you were created. You were only made to remove our main hindrance, Cain. But, as the original living being, Cain had absolute power. To make you turn on Cain, it was necessary to focus your mind on a single point. However, being an artificial lifeform, you were mentally unstable. That is why we use phase existence, resentment. That is the source of your strength. And you have excelled superbly at fulfilling our expectations of you. But we no longer have any more use for you. Haven't you realized that yet? You're a piece of trash. And being the reject that you are, why don't you just leave? What was I born for? What was I living for? A pathetic excuse for life. Why, you aren't even human. Now, what to do with the lot of you? Well, I can't just kill you all, seeing as you have served me so well. So, as a reward, I'll allow you to be sacrificed too. to be assimilated into Deus, along with the girl. Ramses? Good. This is how I wanted it, Car. I am fated so as to not be able to kill myself. Now, all my wishes have come true, thanks to you. Miang. Hey, sorry we're late. Our Omni gears broke down. Anyway, let's hurry up and save Ellie. Yes, I know. Hang in there, Ellie. I'm letting you down now. That's a poor choice of words there, Faye. Hey, now you hang in there. She took my gun. Why did you do that, Ellie? Ellie, what happened to you? How could you? Don't tell me she's been brainwashed? It has nothing to do with brainwashing. The majority of my body is comprised of a nanomachine colony. Not only for longevity, but also to unify with the Mother. So don't be surprised, this much damage can be recovered quickly. Unify with the Mother? That girl, Elhaim, is our mother. Yes, I am the mother of all humans. Ellie? What are you babbling on about? Snap out of it, Ellie. You're as dense as usual, but I don't blame you. So be it, I will explain to you all about it. This Deus, the one you call God, is an interplanetary invasion weapon system that was built in ancient times by humans from another planet. It was created as an automatic weapon which could act upon its own will to take control of a targeted planet, but you should have known this much from looking at the Raziel records. Anyway, during a test run, Deus became uncontrollable. It released its power and annihilated a whole planet. The creators of Deus found its immeasurable power to be too much of a threat, and hence forcibly shut it down. In order to analyze the cause of the problem, its core was dismantled and placed on an interplanetary immigrant passenger ship to be transported to another planet. Becoming aware of this, the disassembled Deus resisted. It tried to take over the passenger ship that was transporting it. However, as a last line of defense against the escape of Deus, its creators unexpectedly destroyed the whole ship, sending it crashing to this planet. Deus knew that it would not be able to get away from the explosion or the imminent impact, so it detached its core from the Zohar power reactor. Zohar? Yes, Zohar. It is what drives all of the gears on this planet. It is the master generator that transmits its energy to the slave generators in our gears. It's also the source of all the ether power that inhabitants of this planet utilize. By utilizing the energy displacements caused by actualizing potential future phenomena, this Zohar modifier has the ability to produce infinite amounts of energy. The source of all our ether power. Are you saying all our energy comes from that one power reactor or engine? Yes, but there's more. The core that was detached from Zohar, the biological computer Katamoni, crashed onto this primitive planet. It activated Persona, its life support plant that can generate organic material. Using this, it prepared for itself a genetic-based system for the day when Deus would be resurrected. Thus, the first humans were created from there, Emperor Cain and the elders of the Gazelle Ministry. Are you saying that the Emperor and the Gazelle Geezers were people born from Deus? Do you know why the Gazelle Ministry desired the anima relics and your bodies? Well, here's the reason. Before becoming human, the bodies of the Ministry were once part of the organic elements in the core circuit that made up Deus. There were two types of organic elements. The female type was called the anima, while the male type was called animus. They were also created with the added ability to become mobile weapons by merging with machinery that was suited for use as terminal interface weapons for Deus. In other words, those Omni gears you were using were one form of such weapons. The Ministry, which were animus, were to become one again with their separated anima at the time of the resurrection of God. But in a war 500 years ago, they all lost their physical bodies. It was then that they decided to extract their own genetic factor from certain individuals of their human descendants who carried the appropriate sets of DNA. Also, each of them could become one with their respective anima again. Descendants? Then we're all... Yes, you humans are all descendants of Cain and the Gazelle Ministry. They were born from the Persona, gave birth, and propagated. They followed their inbuilt program to someday resurrect the heavily damaged Deus. All the people in the world were created solely to resurrect Deus. Yes, but it wasn't just to restore its old body. More than half of Deus is constructed of biological parts. Do you remember those mutated humans? Those are all people who were destined to become replacement parts for Deus. We humans are parts for God? Yes, almost all the people are destined to become parts for Deus, but you people gathered here are all different. You could say you escaped that destiny by existing through multiple generations. In actuality, there wasn't enough parts for Deus, but Krellian compensated for what was lacking. The reduction in the number of parts was due to humans living through multiple generations. But that deficiency in the human factor was made up for by the nanomachines created by Krellian. Not only that, but his nanomachines added additional functions. Deus had thus evolved into the perfect weapon. Ellie, what's happened? Why do you know all that? I'm Miang, the Keeper of Time, the representative of our god, Deus. I was born to guide the people toward the path of the resurrection of Deus. That's ridiculous. Miang was just... You're limited in your ability to understand. Miang's factor exists within all women. The one who transcends the generations, the caretaker of humans. When the previous one dies, somewhere another Miang is awakened. It is programmed into all women's DNA to be that way. Who inherits the duty is just a matter of probability, Faye. That Miang over there and I are the same existence. We are all parts of Deus, all caretakers of humans. Let's end this discussion now. Deus has awakened. I am one of the parts that composes Deus, hence, I must become one with it. Ellie, why did it have to be you? If Miang is a part for Deus, why did it not happen earlier? It's still not enough for her to just have awakened. Although she may be Miang, she still isn't the true Miang. The true Miang? Let's go, Krellian. All that's left to do is to vanquish this planet's civilization and return it to how it was. Then I can complete my unification with the final fragment of Deus, the Zohar modifier. The power reactor that fell upon this planet and became our genesis is now our apocalypse. The eradication of civilization? What is the purpose of doing that? Who knows? The creations of God will someday be a hindrance. That is why they must be eliminated. I'm just programmed to act in this way. Come. It's time for the awakening of the true mother. Please, wait, Ellie. Farewell, Faye. May you have a peaceful awakening. Ellie! Wait, Faye! Do not release the system! Satan, wait. We're only endangering ourselves. Let's get out of here for now. Okay. Well, that's rude of you. Save current data. Sure. Oh, we only have Satan. That's fun. Continue the game. Sure. God, the interplanetary invasion weapon Deus has awakened and its arc Merkava was activated. Deus began to absorb one after the other, the mutated people destined to be its parts, while the non-mutated would eventually only become a threat to it. To exterminate us and our civilization, it set into action. Welcome back, Mr. Chair. Satan's in it this time. The planet's surface was devastated by Merkava and the weapons born from out of it called the Seraph Angels. While pursuing the newly awakened Deus, we chanced upon Faye, whose whereabouts had hitherto been lost, along with his gear, Veltal, discovered together at the place where Merkava was originally located. We were overjoyed by Faye's return, but it was short-lived. For some unknown reason, Faye was found in a state of suspended animation. He did not regain consciousness. The people of Shavat, and we ourselves, feared a relapse of Faye's, id's power, and had no choice but to put Faye into carbonite freeze. Your Majesty, why do the people of Shavat fear Faye so much? Even if Graf and id's powers are comparable. It's not that we fear him. We fear the error we ourselves committed, and now we are simply trying to put a lid on it. The error that you yourselves committed. Shavat instigated a battle 500 years ago to gain our independence from Solaris. However, we became overcome with the lust for power. Fearing the war-torn people would no longer be with Shavat, but with the Nissan Mother, and that the people would assemble under Sophia. The Council of Elders of Shavat back then made a deal with Solaris. A deal? Yes. At the time, Solaris, or the Gazelle Ministry to be exact, were at odds with a woman who held the real power behind the scenes. Would that happen to have been Miang? Most probably it was. Fearing the increasing power of the masses assembling in Nissan, the Gazelle Ministry schemed to hand over to us their antagonist, Miang, and promise a division of the rulership over the Earth's surface. But in exchange, we had to give them the rebel army that had assembled in Nissan, and also their patron, Sophia. The leaders of Shavat accepted, and it was decided that Nissan would be the location of the final decisive battle with Solaris. Shavat did not participate in the battle. Thwarted by the awesome number of the Solarian army, and with their path of retreat cut off, the Nissan rebel army ran out of options and was destroyed. Caught up in the middle of all of this was Lacan, Bart's ancestor Roni, myself, and Krelian. You were also there? Yes. Surrounded on all sides, we were prepared to die. And then, the rebel force's flagship appeared with Sophia on board. She sacrificed herself so as to create a path for our retreat. Sophia's ship headed straight for the enemy's main ship on a suicide attack. Thanks to Sophia's sacrifice, we were able to survive. However, her death forever changed the fate of two men. Krelian, who followed closely under her as the leader of the Nissan Sex militia, completely lost face after calling out to God that would not respond. "I will create God with my own hands," were the last words he uttered before he disappeared. And Lacan, he resented himself for not having the power to do anything while she died in front of him. So he began to search for the legendary power. Legendary power. God's resting place, Mahanan, the source of divine wisdom, Raziel, and the anima relics which were created by that very wisdom. Besides these, there is one more legend. And that is Zohar. Zohar? That has the same name as the Zohar modifier. The power reactor that Miang spoke of, saying it was the infinite energy source of God, Deus. What she claimed is also the source of our ether powers, and the driving force of all our gears. It would have to be one and the same thing. It is the place that contains the ultimate source of this world's power. It is said that only he who has the correct destiny will be able to discover its location. Losing all faith in humanity, Lacan sought after its power. Lacan became Graf, and the world collapsed. This tragedy happened because of the people's lust for power. I must take part of the responsibility for not having been able to stop it. And now Faye, the one who has the same power as Graf. We just wanted to seal up that dreadful power that arose from our own sinful deeds. Graf, the man once known as the Khan, sought after the power of Zohar. The one who had the same power as Graf Faye. I had this premonition that Faye too would awaken and seek out that power. And the presentment became reality. Where am I? Who am I? This is my memory? Doc. Bart. Rico? Billy. Wiseman. Graph. Everyone. My memories. Ellie? Mother? Who are you? I'm surprised. That's pretty clever. You are Id? I misjudged you. I didn't expect you, the fake personality, would create a fourth persona. Fourth persona? He can't feel anything. He's shut up inside your ego. Depressing facts and truths you won't face. You're afraid of them, so you desired to completely shut yourself off from the outside world. And so you formed a fourth persona. A fourth Fae. The name doesn't matter. He's the one on the stage. He's the one who's in control of our body. But it's a useless form of residence. Come with me. Wait, what are you doing? He has the key. I merely want to borrow it. I've got to go somewhere. Are you coming too? Come on, guys, eat up. You haven't been able to get this kind of food around here lately, have you? Well, this is also due to my business savvy. What's wrong, Lacan? You look kind of down. What's bothering you? Are you worried about something? It's nothing. I'm just thinking about painting Sophia. I don't know why I agreed to do her portrait. Sophia? You mean your childhood friend who's now the Holy Mother of Nissan? She's not really a childhood friend. I just made her acquaintance at the monastery near my home when I was a child. She went to the clinic there for covalence, or convalescence. She was frail. So, what are you worried about painting her for? She does not wish herself to become a symbol of her sect. Actually, it seems she wasn't interested in having her portrait painted at first. But when she heard I would be the painter, she turned around and agreed. That's what I don't understand. I see. Then she must like you. What are you talking about? That's how women are, right, Krellian? Hey, Krell? Huh? What's up? You're not having any? It's ready to eat? Ah, yeah. The Holy Mother of Nissan, huh? What are you out to offend Divine Providence or something, Lacan? Cut it out. It's not like that. What? You gotta lighten up a little. Sophia first showed me that books are the best way to calm the heart. And now I'm hooked on reading. I'm not trying to brag, but I've learned a lot of things I never knew before. Lately, I've been reading this. What is it? Something I borrowed from Melchior. It's about a form of molecular engineering, nanotechnology. I believe it's a book found in the ancient ruins of the Zohar civilization. It's a copy of someone's research report, but it's incomplete. I think there are even more wonderful things written in it, but we'll never know now. He's reading Nanomachines for Dummies. What's wrong? You don't look so good. Lately, you seem melancholy almost every day. Has something happened? I don't know. I just can't paint right now. Sorry, but do you mind if we stop here for today? I see. It's not good to push yourself too hard. Why don't you rest up for a little while? I'll have Krellian take you. Even so, there was a time when I did some pretty vicious things. I lashed out at random. Everyone around me feared me, even my friends. I lived a life surrounded by people who looked at me with fear in their eyes. But she was the only one who wasn't afraid of me. She would just smile. Peace of mind. She was the one who taught me that, or what that was and how I could receive it. She taught me how to live as a human. What are you doing, Lacan? Oh, it's you, Krellian. I was thinking I'd stop painting the portrait. Why stop now? It's the circumstances. I shouldn't be painting her at a time like this. Eventually, she too must stand at the front lines, so... Is that really the problem? Lacan. Her smile. It's killing me. The more she smiles at me, the more I feel my very being become insignificant. Inside my heart, there is this empty existence. Other than painting, I have no worth. Yet she continues to accept my presence. I feel like I'm getting smaller and smaller. I didn't have this feeling in the beginning. I just wanted to paint her. One more minute, one more second longer. I wanted to keep on painting forever, but suddenly I couldn't. As the picture neared completion, the empty part of me started to manifest itself in my brushstrokes. I was meant to be painting her as she really is, but this picture is my own self. My empty self has begun to appear within there. That's why I've got to stop now. Your own self? You're just running away. You can't bear it when she smiles at you. By painting her portrait, you notice the gap between your own inner emptiness and her inner abundance. And you couldn't fill that gap. That's why you're quitting your painting. You're refusing her. Even so, you still can't bring yourself to leave her, can you? In spite of that, why is it that she continues to smile at you? You can't accept her feelings. You who won't accept her feelings... Tell me why. If it was me who was receiving such feelings... You're neglecting yourself too much. Why aren't you kinder to yourself, mistress? Is this really her true expression? Yeah. To people who don't know her that well, I guess. Her smile. I don't know. The smile in this picture is somehow different from the one she usually shows us. I realize Lacan's feelings are in there, but I don't think she's ever opened herself up and shown her inner self to others like this before. You've been painting such a beautiful expression of Sophia. I just can't see the reason why you'd want to stop. Beautiful? Forget it. This picture is anything but beautiful. Lacan, you say you're empty, then why do you come along with us? What we've been doing up till now are not just acts of mercy. It's a fight for freedom. Time and again, you've been through life-threatening situations with us. A man who has nothing in his heart couldn't do that kind of thing, right? Roni, you're giving me too much credit. As long as you do something to keep yourself occupied, you can just ignore the hollowness inside. From the beginning, my very existence itself was emptiness. It wouldn't matter if I were to die right now. You live, you die, that's all. Pessimistic as usual, Lacan. And now you're lying. It's just that you're not good at expressing your own feelings. You're not empty. She knows that. That's why she only shows you her true smile. I don't deserve to see your true smile. She's is the hope of the people, their support. There's so much more for her to do. Why would she open her heart to a mere artist like me? Bro. Hey bro, what are you doing here? What's up? The Council of Elders of Shabbat issued a decision. Tomorrow, we'll leave for Soylent. Soylent? That's in Solaris. Yeah, and Sophia will be coming with us. That's ridiculous. The refugees are still increasing. We can't afford to have Sophia leave Nissan. And going to Soylent, that's plain foolish. It's too dangerous. What are the elders thinking? No, it wasn't the council's wish. It was Sophia's will. It appears she expressed this desire herself. That can't be. What is she thinking? Originally, we talked about it being just us. Just us. Sophia! Sophia. Lacan, what are you doing? You keep back. I knew we couldn't leave Sophia in your care. I'll protect her, even if it costs me my life. Looks done to me. The bottom corner is not done. That's about it. Other than that, it looks good. It's a good picture. Little pixelated, as Lay Scoot says. Little pixelated. Why don't you go get some rest, Crow? You haven't slept since the day before yesterday, have you? You shouldn't do that to yourself. I'm fine. It's not a problem. Look, I'll watch over here, so you go sleep. What will you do if you also fall ill? Don't forget you're the head of the sect's military forces. Okay, I suppose you're right. Ellie, I'm so sorry. It was my misjudgment that did this to you. I was terrified. It was like you could see right through me. Your eyes, that look. That was me that was being reflected back in your eyes. I was looking at myself, and thus painting myself. I couldn't stand it. So that's why... Oh, Ellie, what in the heavens did you find inside of me? When you wake up, I think I'll ask you that. On second thought, no. No, I don't want to burden you with my concerns. Besides, I wouldn't be able to ask you. I'm gonna look into your eyes, and I can't say a thing. I wouldn't even be able to tell you how I feel. You're the sweetest person. Ellie? You're someone who cannot bear to see others hurt by your own actions, so you hold everything in and bear all the burden. If you get hurt in the end, you think that's fine. That's what I like about you. Stop. Don't say that. If you become just another human, everyone will... Humans aren't all that frail, you know. They don't need a symbol who just appears, or who is just appearance only. I believe that if you have light in your heart, you can overcome any hardship. What I've been doing is simply showing people that such light exists in the heart of everyone. I'm just a woman, and to fulfill my womanhood, I'm prepared to throw away anything, even this position. I'm just playing the role of Sophia, but I'm still me. I haven't changed. A cowardly, selfish crybaby. I'm still the same. Could you live a lie like that and still be happy? I don't want to do that. Oh, Lacan, I want to live more honestly with myself. To be able to tell the man that I love that I do love him, and I don't care if I get hurt or rejected. You only have one life. I don't want to turn around later and regret not having done such things. I... Do you think I'll let it end here? We're not their possessions. Sophia, what are you doing? I'm ending this. You won't need to fight anymore. So, Krillian, please, open your fist, and with your open hand gently hold the people who will continue to live. Don't be foolish. He'll help you escape, so please, stop. Thank you, Lacan. But, sorry, there's no other way. Ellie! People support each other to live. It's what brings us happiness. So share that happiness, and please, Lacan, live. Ellie! We were sacrificed as pawns in order to protect their own authority. Sophia was... Is this the ideal world we've been searching for? What have we been doing? Heading towards Sophia's ideals. Is this our salvation? This isn't fair. Sophia was sacrificed for those bastards. Sophia said if you just have faith, the path to what you hope for will open. But look at reality. God didn't answer our prayers. Is that because we didn't have faith? Even if we didn't have faith, Sophia did. Why did she have to be sacrificed? Is God dead? Is he just not there? Maybe God never even existed to begin with. Faith in God. Do not look for it on the outside, for it is something one must build from within oneself. I see. That's it. If God doesn't exist in our world, then I will create God with my own hands. Krillian? Sophia, please guide me. I'll destroy all such false pretenses of love for you. We need to gather all the surviving comrades. We'll never beat them if we fight them individually. So, let's create a country that can someday stand up against them. What are you gonna do, Lacan? Ellie? If only you had power, you could have saved her. You want it, don't you? Unrivaled power. Don't you want to become the absolute being? There. That's what I sought after. But wait, that's not what I want. No. This is my very desire. Live. So, this is where Faye's being held. He deserves it. Let me pray on his weeping face as if it were an idol. As if I would. Yeah. What is this? This is terrible. No matter what, this is going way too far. He's still alive. How could you possibly be? You're human too, aren't you? Darn. Faye? Oh, Faye. Crying. Huh? Midori, it's you. Phew, don't scare me like that. Crying? Who's crying? Do you mean our friend Faye's crying? Angry, hurt. He'll wake up soon. It's calling him. What do you mean? Whoa, what the? Stop it! Faye? Dad, Midori. Run! Hurry! Run away! Yikes! He broke through his carbonite encasing. Faye took his gear Veltal and went in search of Zohar. We followed Faye's trail. Eventually we arrived at the location where Zohar had fallen to Earth so very long ago. Nothing could have prepared us for what we are about to see there. Member change. Satan, Bart, Billy. Thinking. Go with this. 'Cause they're all set up, basically. What about gears and everything? Satan. Bart needs something more, I think, maybe? Golden Vet, okay. Yeah, we'll throw that on, sure. Wonder Whip. Battle Apron, anything better than that? Nah, not really. Gears. Do we have anything on? Let's see, what about... I don't think we ever actually upgraded his gear stuff, but whatever. Let's see what happens. Start. What is that? This must be the place. Wait for me! This is as far as you can come. From here on is my world. You can't enter. What do you mean? You're a subordinate, fake persona, that's why. A subordinate, fake persona? Yes. He has part of my memories from back then. He sealed away the very meaning of my existence. My drive, my motivation, my subconscious, id. Because of that, I became a basic blank persona. And on top of that, I constructed a new persona based on my experiences since then. That's what you are now. Him? You mean father? You call him father. He who never did anything for you. It was because of his cowardly behavior. If only he'd been able to protect me. If he'd done that, Mother wouldn't have died. Didn't my mother die right after I was born? What really happened to my mother? Tell me, id. You don't need to know. You'll only disappear soon. Along with your basic persona, the coward. I'll rule my being through the power of the existence. Of course you don't know, but it's etched into my metapsychotic memory. Your persona is fake, so you'll never stand on the stage of consciousness. You'll never be able to take charge of the memories from our past lives. I know the dreams and hallucinations. I've seen them many times. Them? I showed them to you on purpose. To break the seal, I chose to weaken the power of your existence. If your mental energy is weakened, I can become free and do as I wish. What? There are still things inside you which you haven't been shown yet. Huh? Someone's coming. It's probably your friends. They must have followed me. Where are you going? I came to re-establish contact with the existence. To tie together all the threads of your memories since ancient times, and then cut them off. That's the fate of the contact. All is ready. It's time for the true awakening. I will eliminate all those who are full of hypocrisy from the very beginning. Wait for me, id. You just stay here and observe. What is this? Hey, this must mean this is Veltel's transformed appearance. Huh. Is that... Probably. Hi, Id. Let's see what you do here. Sure, why not? See if this actually works or not, I don't know. Sure looks like it does. If that's the case, then... I don't think that did anything. Right. Ooh, that hurt. Oh, okay. Hi. And you are? Oh, right, Wiseman. Are you okay? Wiseman! It's already too late. Assist me, for I am about to exterminate id. Zohar is Deus's core. The slave generator is an ether. It's the source of all their energy. After attaining its power, the freshly awakened id intends to annihilate this world. The contact with Zohar was meant to have been done after the unifying Faye's true personality. Keep back. You again. You're always getting in my way. But I cannot be stopped by you. You who couldn't even protect his own wife and son. You can't even bear to show your face to your son. That's why you wear a mask, isn't it, Khan? Son? That's right. This man is Faye's my father, Khan Wong. I had an inkling there, but... neat. Hey, we tore through his HP bar, so that was kind of wild. How much damage we did. What happened to Faye, id? Too bad. The new personality of Faye that you gave birth to, and all that work that your persona did to make him one perfect unified whole has been wasted. He'll be swallowed up by me. I won't permit it. I will destroy you first. As if you could, sissy. What? Mother died because of your cowardly behavior. And as a result, he ran away from that reality by entering into his memories. And now I continue my existence bearing all that hatred. You wouldn't be able to imagine what it's like. I wasn't simply working to unify Faye's personality, you know. All that you and I feel, the sadness, the hatred, even though he also experienced such things. Faye needed to be encouraged to build himself up in order to be able to comprehend all of this. Faye should be able to understand all of your feelings now. But now you want to erase the one who understands you? To kill Faye? What is it that you want? Why ask me such a thing now? My purpose is the same as his. Total destruction. That and that alone. Is this world so bad a place that there is only hatred inside of you? You're the one who made me this way. You and that woman. Admit it. Faye, can you hear me? Please, take this fist full of your memories I'm giving you. Become one with yourself and with me. Faye, where did the real you go? Remember, were you not going to help Ellie? Yes, this is inside id. A world filled with hatred and sadness. That's all that's here. Yeah, now I understand, id. Why you hate the world. Why there's nothing inside you. Nothing. Nothing was given to you, deprived of all the happy memories. And yet, it feels pleasant. It almost feels good. Now I get it. There's no need to resist. I was originally just an existence that was created as a cover to hide id. So it would be better to return to that place. Let's come together. To wipe away everything. including ourselves. Remember, were you not going to help Ellie? Ellie, that's right. Ellie. I've got to save Ellie. What's this place? What's he done now? He only called you in here for his own sake. This is inside the shell of your basic character, the room of the coward. I'm sure you've been here many times before. I see, I remember now, in my dreams. Everything despised and unwanted he pushed onto me, while he shut himself in his own little shell, the coward Faye. The basis for our personalities. Who are you? You're my... Hey, let's watch this together. This is my most treasured possession. By repeatedly replaying the times he was full of happiness, he lives in his own happy little world. Well, I'm still alive, only because of what's in those leftover dregs. Here, I'll show you everything about me. Ours was an ordinary family. A strict but reliable father. A kind and loving mother. Up till then, it was complete happiness. But one day, Mother suddenly changed. She was like a totally different person. From that day on, Faye lost his home. Father was away often. He had some important work. When Father was away from home, Faye was taken to a place with mysterious machines. Inside, there were many strangely dressed people. Many types of probes were injected into Faye's body as the start of some kind of experiments. The tests caused Faye much pain. Mom, help me! What are you doing? No! No! Mother didn't come to his assistance. Young Faye had no way of resisting, but he was able to endure. Eventually, the experiments became unbearable. Many people gathered around Faye. These people had a high compatibility with the anima relics. This psychic contact with Faye was to force him to awaken. But no one could make contact with Faye. The power drawn out of Faye, regardless of his will, destroyed them all. This is unbelievable. Mother allowed this to take place? Psychic contact? What do you mean by awaken me? To awaken God, everything had to be in perfect order, with nothing lacking. Things divided in the past must become one complete whole again. Countless people died before Faye's eyes. Men, women, the old, the young, even demi-humans. Suffering, grief, fear, ecstasy, a variety of emotions and words lingered and tumbled about Faye like broken dolls. It was a scene from hell. In front of Father, she acted normally. When Faye tried to tell Father about Mother's strange conduct and the experiments, Father's mind was taken up by his work and he didn't really listen. He thought it was just childhood fantasies. But he didn't have to endure the pain much longer. Faye's subconscious discovered a way to escape from the trauma. He formed a separate persona to deal with things he didn't like or couldn't bear. He removed himself from out of harm's way. My role was to have all the things he hated forced upon me the moment they arose. From the time of my division from him, I was dominated by hatred. That hatred naturally turned into destructive impulses. I wanted to destroy everything. Mother, father, the entire world. Finally, Father noticed Mother's odd behavior, but it was already too late. I had completely separated from that coward, my original self. The puppets were broken, and Faye's heart was too. What would make Mother do such a thing? Mother repeated the experiments to study the power she knew existed within me. Yes, that woman, Mother, was Miang. That's a lie. No, it's true. Mother was Miang. That's right. Karen had become Miang. What is that you say? It's nothing special. Miang does not have only one host body. Miang's roots are sealed in the genes of all women, and one of them, or any one of them, could become Miang. That's what I was mentioning earlier? Yeah, I think I figured that out. Just happened to be Mother's turn. Only Ellie was special originally. No! Karen, Miang, noticed that Faye's memory time access has increased 2 or 3-fold. She then became convinced that Faye was the contact. Contact? Yes, I was the contact. That's why he called out to me. And why the time had come. Stop it. Cut it out. Dad? Dad! Mom, help Dad! Hey, Mom, why aren't you helping Dad? Dad's gonna die! Graf came seeking the power that existed within me, to return to his own body. You understand now, don't you? Graf is Lacan. We, his descendants, who inherited his lingering thoughts and memories from him, know only too well. Divided 500 years ago, he would become a part of us both. Lacan became Graf. He destroyed everything on the face of the earth. He then mastered how to possess the bodies of others by dwelling in their minds. He was probably enabled to do this after his contact with the existence. The bodies died, but Lacan's spirit continued living by possessing others. He had come that day to return his soul at last to the perfect reincarnation of his physical body, the body of Faye. Father fought him, but he couldn't protect Mother or I. He pitifully fought on while coughing up his lifeblood. Graf made a mockery of Father, and Mother would not even help him when he needed her the most. As for their son, he couldn't take what was happening anymore. He gave in to his feelings and released his power, and as a result, Mother died. Mom. And he offloaded the results of his actions onto me. To avoid taking the responsibility for killing Mother, he used me as a shield. I also killed Mother. He pushed all the bad things onto me, but kept all the memories filled with happiness and mother's love to himself. And he shut himself away with those memories inside his own little shell forever. This is the place. What you see before you is what he made. He just keeps hanging on to those memories. That's what this is. Stop it. Just stop it. These scenes. Are these all there is to us? Enough already. There's nothing here. Just a world filled with deception and pain. It can't be helped. This is our world. This is everything. I was a fool. It was all my fault. I was so busy with my duties in Shavat that I didn't notice Karen had changed. I couldn't save you when you needed my help. Save me? Why bother saying such nonsense now? It's not going to change anything. The only thing you can do now is die by my hand. Ugh. Even still, I'll show you that I can save you. Dad? Stop it, Id. Father has done nothing wrong. I know. This one is the real culprit. Mother and father had no choice. Thanks. Pass it back to me. I'm playing with Mother. This is not reality. It's all a lie. It's all fake. It's all a trick. All of it. All of it. All of it. No. Get out. This is my room. I thought you would always be with me. Why won't you see reality? Happiness, sadness, aren't these all parts that combine to make the whole? Why won't you show him? Why don't you also show Id what you always watch? No, that's mine! I don't want to show it to the person who killed Mother. You should talk. You're the one who killed Mother. No, I didn't. You did. I didn't kill her. Mother didn't care for you. Father didn't notice either. That's why you killed her. I didn't kill her. I didn't. I didn't! Knock it off. We killed Mother. It's no one's fault but ours. It's not because she became a Yang or because Father didn't notice. Don't look outside for the reason. Don't blame anyone but yourself. Yes, Mother was Yang, and I know that you suffered. No one could have endured it. But you can't push it onto it alone. We're all one person. We must all become one. Right, Faye? Walk on your own 2 feet. Face up to the reality that you don't want to see. Show them to Id everything you took for yourself. Lies, that woman. Deceit, an illusion he made up. My consciousness can see through this trick. I won't be swayed. Id, that's enough. Doing that isn't gonna solve anything. Mother saved us at the last moment. That's the truth, right? The reality isn't all grim, Id. My power couldn't save anyone. It only destroyed. I thought that I could only make a connection with others through destruction. So I had to destroy it all. People, the world, even Ellie. No, that's not the case. We can save others just as our mother, despite being Miang, saved us. Our power can save people. We can save Ellie. That's a first, Mother being so warm. To me, she almost seems too warm. Faye, take the memories I have within me. You must know what it used to be like up until now. Know our identity, about who we are, then figure out what ought to be done. Our integration is not yet complete. Elhaim! Abel. Live. I just can't hand our child over to you. Live. Pecan, live. If God doesn't exist in our world, then I will create God with my own hands. What is this place? My execution site? Why do you turn on me? I thought we were friends. Who is it? Did I cause this? What's happened to me? What have I become? Live. I will live. Even if I go to hell, I will live till the end of this world. And if the world does not come to an end, I'll destroy it with my own hands. Faye? Faye! Who is it? Who's calling me? I am. What is this light? I reside in Zohar. I am the beginning and the end, the first and the last. God? God. Some would refer to me as that. From a certain point of view, it is right to view me as such, but at the same time, I am not. I am also a part of you. A part of me? I am defined by how people observe me. You are actually talking to a virtual version of me that you yourself created. I am your perception of me. I don't understand what you're talking about. Who or what are you? In one word, existence. Existence. In actuality, I do not have a physical form. I am an existence of a higher dimension. A place you cannot perceive, but in terms you understand, it is a world where everything acts as kinds of waves. It is the source of this four-dimensional universe, the place where time and space is controlled, the fluctuating void, the wave existence. What does such an existence have to do with me? Long ago, a modifier, or a pseudo-perpetual, infinite energy engine was created. That engine was named Zohar. The reactor was created by an ancient people from another planet to attain what is considered to be the ultimate energy possible within this four-dimensional universe. Eventually, those people used that same engine to create the ultimate interplanetary invasion weapon, Deus. Zohar was used as its primary source of power. But the unexpected happened. During the connection tests of Zohar with the newly completed Deus, the engine started to examine infinite potential phenomena. Requiring energy, the engine connected this dimension to the higher dimensional space. As a result, that reactor merged or synchronized with the wave existence in that higher dimension. Me. I descended from the point of contact created by the machine through the path of Sephiroth, or the domain you are in right now, and incarnated into the four-dimensional world. After I advented to the four-dimensional world, in order to stabilize myself here, I had to exchange or materialize my form and enter into the modifier engine. Yo, you're using these words and it's just going whoosh. In other words, I became bound in Zohar, the cage of fleshly existence. Since the time I was bound in Zohar, I have always wanted to return to my own dimension, and I came to a conclusion. I had to reverse the process I went through to arrive here. I must be released by the one who instilled within me a special feature of this dimension, the will. That one is you. Decided it was me? A special feature? Yes. I was given a special attribute of a human by you, the contact. When you observed me, I was given a mother's will. A mother's will? I'm sure you remember. After my descent, you had contact with the modifier engine Zohar. Okay. As a contact, being but only a child, you defined my existence with your desire to return to your mother. Thus, I came to prepare the mother's will. That will is Elhaim. Ellie's disposition was influenced by me? Yes, my will was incarnated through a biocomputer which was vital for Deus. After combining with me, the biocomputer evolved its functions, and that bioplant generated a central element. That is her. I was split by your contact. My physical form or flesh stayed in Zohar, while my will went into Elhaim, and my power went into you. That is why I waited to unite with you, and now it is fulfilled. My only remaining desire is to break this cage of fleshly existence. In order to do that, I must become perfect by combining with Elhaim, as well as my other split physical form, Deus. The only way to return to my original dimension is to destroy this physical body in the four-dimensional world. Zohar is perfect, so in order to destroy Zohar, I need the strength that was attributed to you. Zohar can only be destroyed by the hands of the contact. What about Ellie? If Zohar is destroyed, what will become of Ellie? Zohar and Deus are one. She is bound to the system by another's will to become one with me. In order to release her, it is necessary to destroy that very system that serves as the Deus weapon. However, having been created as a weapon, the Deus system seeks to unify itself with all of you for a different purpose than that of mine. Originally, her release should have been performed by me, the one who desires to return back to the higher dimension. But I am also bound to the system just as she is, so I am unable to participate. You are the only one who can release her from the spell. Just as Deus and I are inseparable, you and her are also inseparable. Alright, I'll destroy Deus and the Zohar modifier, and I'll save Ellie. You have experienced much loss and deprivation in your life. It is very tragic. Our contact and the resulting transference of power will be between you and I, most likely played a factor in splitting your personality. I disagree. I can't blame anything or anyone besides myself. Regardless of what may have happened in the past, with the passing of time, the cause becomes more remote. It is a problem that comes from within myself that I myself must deal with. I see. You have managed to accept those tragedies, to tolerate all things, to comprehend and find where you stand in this world. If you had succeeded to do all these things, I am sure you will succeed in what awaits you now. To liberate all of us, use the Xenogears. Destroy Zohar. Wait, there's more I need to ask you. The system is awakening. Ask her later. I saved my data. That, dang it. Divine being got stuck in a box becomes a superpower source. Neat. Resume the game? I don't think so. I think we're gonna call it there for the night. That was about 5 hours. So, we hit the plot, or should I say, the plot hit me like a sack of bricks. My god. The best part is upcoming, and I don't want to be tired for it. This has been a trip so far. My gosh. Oh well. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching, and I hope to see you all next time for more Xenogears. Bye bye.